Good evening, everyone. Good evening. It is 5:30, and we are ready to begin. I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please. Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here.
Thank you. We will have our student invocation and flag salute from two 7th Street scholars. The prayer will be by Zakoya Woods, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be by Dawson Honorable.
I pledge allegiance to the I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, thank you for this beautiful day and all the blessings you give us. Help us to love one another just as you love us. Thank you for our family, friends, and teachers who care for us. Please, God.
Amen. Dawson and Zakoya, are your parents here? If so, would you stand? Thank you. Let's see. Ms. Temple, would you read our vision statement, please?
Yes, ma'am. Our community, our schools, where your future begins.
And Ms. McLean, if you'd read our mission.
The North Little Rock School District will prepare all students for their future by offering a well-rounded, rigorous, relevant, and innovative education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive learning environment to be future ready.
Ms. Wonkum, the moral purpose.
As a community, our moral purpose is that all children will achieve a quality teacher, have a high-quality leader, and a supportive learning environment. We will not allow an achievement gap here in the North Little Rock School District.
Thank you. The North Little Rock School District graduate profile, the organizational core values, and the 5-year strategic plan goals are listed if you wanted to read those. Now we're down to the part that I totally enjoy, which is recognition of people, events, and programs. We're going to start with our student presentation.
So, Madam President, members of our Board of Education, this month is Give It Up for 7th Street Elementary School, soon to be North Little Rock Academy of Agricultural and Veterinary Science. And Ms. Harrison, is there anything you'd like to say to introduce your students for their student presentation?
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ms. Harrison, the principal at 7th Street. I did not prepare a speech, but I am here. I have Zakoya Woods and Mariah, and they are our 5th graders. And so we have been intentional about changing the way we work and operate at 7th Street. So our theme for this year has been Be the Change. And so we have done the work to be the change. And so we want to give you an opportunity to see the change that has happened at 7th Street.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zakoya Woods. I am a 5th grade student in Ms. Johnson's class. I have been a student at 7th Street Elementary for 3 years, and during that time, I have been able to grow academically and personally.
My name is Mariah Strong, and I am a 5th grade student in Ms. Johnson's class as well. This is my first year at 7th Street Elementary, and I have been presented with opportunities that have allowed me to excel in my school and my community.
Today we will share how small, calculated, and consistent actions have a big difference in our school and community. We will show you examples of teamwork and creative ideas that inspire positive changes in our building.
As you watch this video, think about how you can make a difference too. Remember, even the smallest act of change can create a ripple effect in our district. Thank you for joining us. Now let's work to be the change.
job. Yep. Did we pay our Wi-Fi bill? Okay. I think we did. Let's check this out. Yeah. That's him. That's perfect.
Definitely we've seen a tremendous change in our total environment from the staff. We brought in new ideas, and we just taken on, and then we've seen a whole change in our entire culture.
This year, I would say the most important positive change is that I have seen a lot of students develop really good self-control. So we're making a lot of good choices this year. It's definitely a huge change. Thank you so much. I love the teaching. It's helping me build confidence every year. I feel confident and confident. What positive changes that you have noticed this school year?
We have fresh fruits and vegetables on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Give a chance to get a little something different. We got pink pineapple, red apples. I think the kids enjoy it.
Okay.
My daughter's first time going to school. She's in kindergarten. She's our first daughter to be going to school, so it's been interesting. It's been a very positive experience. But I love seeing her face when she gets home. She always has a good day at school, and she loves to tell us about all the good things that have happened throughout the day. That's my favorite part.
So that's the biggest key. That's the thing that Ms. Shan Frazier, current teacher of the year at 7th Street Elementary.
Okay. How have the administration supported you this year?
The administration at 7th Street has supported me this year by making sure I have the tools that I need to be successful in the classroom.
I'm sure it is.
Miss Hollow,
What are some positive things that you have seen going on at 7th Street this year?
some positive things that I have seen going on at 7th Street this year that I really love is the redirecting with the students. Using positive reinforcement. If the student is doing something that they, don't have any business, it's a positive redirection. Thank you so much. Let's try the next part.
Taught you.
Our school theme is
What's the necklace?
all has one
to the school, I could not come to the school without having an office with 2 or 3 kids that's in trouble, being suspended, or they've done something. This year I have not had the opportunity to come here one time to see a kid that was in the office and in trouble. The attitudes in the hallways is totally different. I've seen, last year it was, they had to have extra people from the administration down here. It was teachers always in the hall, kids was clowning in the line and stuff. This year, when I came, I thought I was walking into a whole different school. It's been a real pleasant experience from what we dealt with last year. As a matter of fact, our club had, it was, the attitude was so bad with some of the kids and stuff that we actually just had thought about just pulling out of 7th Street and going to other schools. But
Wow.
once we was able to come this year and see the difference that it's made, it's been, I think it's wonderful to be in the hall now, because I haven't seen in the cafeteria, in the office, in the hallway, the attitudes of the teachers asking to help us with the program. It's been totally different. So it's been real good.
Awesome. Thank you. Our next on the list, we're going to do the Superintendent's Honor Roll, Special Recognition, and the Superintendent's Honor Roll.
Good evening, Dr. Paluski and board members and community. We will first recognize this evening North Little Rock Varsity Cheer, as they won the 6A All-Girl Division at the cheer competition. The coaches had a tough decision this year to drop down to only 11 girls competing on the mat. It was a really big risk, with most everyone counted NLR out this year. The team struggled in their first competition, but after the girls really came together, worked hard, and got better week after week, placing first at competitions in Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton, and Bentonville, where they also got the highest overall score out of all teams. NLR Cheer actually made history this year as the first team in 6A to ever win state with only 11 girls on the mat. They competed against teams with almost twice the number of girls on the mat, and not only did they hold their own, but they exceeded all expectations. North Little Rock Varsity Cheer is headed to Orlando to compete in the National High School Cheerleading Competitions February 7th and February 9th. And also a plug here, if you have a kindergarten through 5th grader wants to cheer with the champs, they're going to be having a Wildcat Cheer clinic next week, but the deadline's tomorrow to turn in all of you need. Okay. So you want to cheer with the champs, give them a call. Congratulations.
Ms. Sell, is there anything that you'd like to say?
We've had a really good season this year. Obviously, you like to win, especially when you feel like you're kind of the underdog. So it means even more when the girls really come together and believe in themselves, and then it works out in our favor. So we've had a great season, but it's continuing on. We're still working hard for nationals in a couple of weeks. So yeah, early morning practices. So they're excited. You want to say anything?
So we're getting ready to take a picture, but I'd like to recognize our Student Athlete Development Department to come up as well, led by Coach Ballon and Coach Faulkner. And we are so excited to welcome back home Coach Brad Bolding, who's also our Supervisor of Student Athlete Development and Growth. Awesome. Congratulations.
This month, we celebrate School Board Recognition Month, a time to honor the hard work and dedication of our school board members. Their leadership directly impacts every student, teacher, and family in our district. Our board members serve as visionaries, advocates, and partners, making decisions that shape the future of our schools and ensure the successes of our students. They do this with passion, commitment, and care, often behind the scenes. On behalf of our school community, thank you to each of our board members for your time, energy, and unwavering support. Your dedication makes a real difference. At this time, the leaders from the schools you represent on the board are here, and they have a special presentation and some words of appreciation to express. We will call you one by one. Zone 1, Mrs. Dorothy Williams. She represents Glenview Elementary, Meadow Park Elementary, and North Little Rock Academy.
Well, we do want to take this time to thank Ms. Williams. She's a special person. She's been with the district for quite a while, and she never forgets about us. She shows up sometime unexpected. But we thank you for what you're doing and how you hold us as a team to great standards, and we appreciate you for the wonderful lady that you are. Thank you very much.
Well, I was just going to say ditto because I think the pastor did a great job. But I will just say one thing. She's known me almost my whole life, and it's just special because she was my assistant principal when I was in it was East Campus at that time. So, but anyway, it's good to see you. Congratulations. You're do all of this good stuff. One thing I really love about her is that she always thinks about us like the little things, like she'll drop a little chocolate off for Valentine's Day, or she'll drop a little something off for Christmas and say, give this to one of your teachers. It's just the small things like that, as well as coming in and being proud of everything that you see going on in Meadow Park. So thank you so much.
No, ma'am, I'm not going to sing. Ditto, all my life, Miss Williams has been Miss Williams. We appreciate you so much for being consistent. Thank you for being the consistent pusher of the neighborhood. We thank you so much for always looking out for us. There's no one like you. Thank you. Thank you.
Zone 2, Mr. Henry Taylor. He represents North Little Rock Center of Excellence, North Little Rock High School, and 7th Street Elementary.
good evening again. I'm back. I guess I'm alone. But Mr. Taylor, we're excited to work with you. We're excited to have you to represent 7th Street. And so, again, this is your staff. They showed out tonight for our students. And so, thank you, and we're excited to work with you.
Zone 3, Dr. Rochelle Redis. She represents Boone Park Elementary.
Dr. Redis thank you so much for all you do for Boone Park. From the moment I was hired on, you were at the Meet the Principal event. You've shown up with tokens of appreciation, Christmas surprises, all the things. And so we are grateful for all the support. I know Boone Park is near and dear to you, and you've welcomed me with open arms. Thank you so much.
Zone 4, Miss Angela Person West. She represents Amboy Elementary.
Words can express the profound joy that I have for Miss Angela Persons West. We go back as far as the 11th grade. We've been knowing each other. Actually, we went to a camp together, and that was our first time meeting. Camp Anytime. We know the song? Yes. No? I'm not going to do it. But I just want to say how much I appreciate the support that you provided. Amboy, when I say she goes above and beyond, just this year alone, she found a private donor. I don't know if I was supposed to tell that. She found a private donor to donate to our school so that we can buy things for our fall festival. And it was like a pretty decent amount. And it made a huge success to our fall festival. But not just that, she's a go-getter, and she just makes things happen for our school and our community. And I just want to say, I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you. And real quick, Alan is a actor on record. He was had a position in the Ernest Green story. If you ever go to find the movie on Disney, Alan was in that movie. So y'all go find him back in his acting days.
I had my glorified body then. So yeah.
I wasn't going to say that part, but yes. Oh, we got to pick. Okay. Make sure my collar down.
Zone 5, Miss Cindy Temple. She represents Pikeview Early Childhood Center and Indian Hills Elementary.
Good evening. We want to say thank you so much. It is just an awesome pleasure to have you when you come in our building and see your smiling face. And my staff knows that they can come to you, ask questions, and you're there to help us and guide us. So we truly appreciate all that you do for us.
I want to thank you for your service. You are truly appreciated way more than you know. Every time you come in the building, you interact with our littles like they are grown. I mean, because the majority of the time people want to kind of baby them down, but you speak to them, with respect and with expecting them to be able to respond back properly. So thank you so much.
Zone 6, Miss Valerie McLean. She represents Crestwood Elementary and Lakewood Elementary.
just want to thank you. This is only my second year in the district, and one of the most supportive boards I've ever worked with, and I really want to thank you for that. We appreciate it.
And you know I love you. We've had the pleasure of having your grandbabies with us at Lakewood, and just the support last year too between Crestwood and Lakewood, the whole board. So very appreciated. We're thankful for all you do.
In Zone 7, Miss Natalie Wonkum. She represents North Little Rock Middle School's 6th grade campus, North Little Rock Middle School's 7th and 8th grade campus, and Ridge Road Elementary.
Ms. Wonkum, I want to say thank you for always advocating for our campus. I know we're a big campus with a lot of needs, so thank you for advocating for us. Thank you for encouraging our kids to advocate for what they feel is best for our campus. And thank you for standing in the heat for Cat Fest and staying up late to come to our dances. It's appreciated, so thank you for your support.
And to piggyback off of that, just thank you for all that you do for Ridge Road. You never forget our staff, and we have a very large staff, and you give us treats and everything, so it means a lot to the encouragement of the staff. So thank you so much.
And now it's time for Superintendent's Honor Roll. Miss Melanie Griffey and Miss Nancy Simpson were selected to receive the Superintendent's Honor Roll based on the submission from their supervisor, Miss Courtney Boss, who is the principal at Lakewood Elementary School. She writes the following: Mrs. Simpson and Ms. Griffey received a grant in the fall to provide our 5th graders with the opportunity to do a science fair. They worked diligently the month of December on science fair projects with students. They then had the science fair night on December 19th. The students loved this experience. Thank you for going above and beyond to give our students opportunities to be inquisitive about the world around them. This was more than just teaching science. This allowed students to do and see science all around them.
Awesome. That it? Awesome. So we do not have the Parent North Star or the Great Rising, so we're going to move on the agenda. Are there any public comments? Any public comments? Moving right along, we're down to board member involvement. Let's start to my right, Ms. Angela West.
I don't have my notes out yet. Can we start on that end? I'm trying to get one. I'm going to go to the next person.
I don't have anything since the last board meeting, except that I did get the book from the ASBA conference on the top 20 teens, and I've been reading that. Y'all, it's excellent. I think we need to use that somehow.
Okay, so I've attended the PTSA and Band Booster meetings. I've had a one-on-one with Dr. P. I'm looking forward to basketball and soccer coming up, and then I just wanted to personally welcome home Coach Bolding. It's glad to have him back. Things also with the high school varsity, I know we recognize them tonight, but they are 4 times state champs. I hope y'all realize how amazing they are. 4 times state champs. So I love our varsity cheerleading team. And then something to look forward to, our elementary schools, we will have some tickets to sell on our Saturday games for basketball. We are doing a mother-son rodeo again. That's a PTSA-sponsored event, so look forward to those tickets. There you go.
Ms. McLean?
I had a one-on-one with Dr. Paluski, and I think otherwise through Christmas and the snow and the ice and the cold, I don't have anything else to report.
Okay, between the snow, I did meet with Dr. Pelosi today. And the North Rock Education Foundation, we planned for Academic Signing Day.
Oh, good.
And we also planned for, but aside from that, it's 2 other events. We're going to have trivia to raise funds so we can give to teachers. Those dates will be coming out publicly. So we have some good things being organized to support our teachers and things that they would like to do extra that's not included in the budget. All right, thank you.
Mr. Taylor?
Good evening. I had my one-on-one with Dr. Pelosi. I don't have any other things to report this time, but I see the expectations. So. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so I left my phone in the car, Hot Mess Express today. It's okay. So I do remember one thing off the top of my head that I am trying to work on something that I'm going to get with Ms. Harrison on for 7th Street, because I'm always in the business of asking my friends for some money. And I do believe that they need some stuff over there for their carnival, so we're going to talk, ma'am. That's it.
Let's see. I, too, would like to welcome Coach Bolden back to North Little Rock. I attended my favorite sport, basketball. I went to the game. It was, that was a nerve-wracking game against Southwest. My one-on-one with Dr. P, and stayed in the house and tried to stay warm. We will have our superintendent involvement.
So this will be very brief. As similar to everyone from our last board meeting, we had, I will say, a very successful winter break. We've now started our 2nd semester. Obviously, we had a winter storm. We were out of school for 3 days. Mr. Smith will be bringing that forward for our waiver. I do want to say I'd like to appreciate our Board of Education, my staff, and this community. My father had passed away on January 10th. I had to be out of town for a few days, so I do appreciate everybody's thoughts. We had our meeting with the mayor, our annual one-on-one with some of his staff on the 15th. And I had budget prep meeting training at ADE this week that was very enlightening. And equally, I did have a chance to personally sit down with Coach Bolding yesterday, and I do want to welcome him back to the North Little Rock community. There's certainly a buzz in this community about having Coach Bolding back, and I know he's going to do great things here in North Little Rock. That's all I have, Madam President.
Hey, Madam President, real quick, just want to say thank you to whomever put all of the gifts together.
Yes.
Real quick, this has Sonia written all over it, the way she likes to put stuff together and decorate as far as putting it together. And thank you, Mr. Barnes and your department for everything. And just want to say thank you to NLRSD and to our community schools for the gifts. Thank you.
We are down to our legislative update.
So with that, Madam President and members of our Board of Education, I would like to welcome, and publicly for the very first time, to welcome retired Colonel Scott Stanger as the Chief of Staff to the Superintendent. So welcome, Colonel. And Colonel, as the board will be voting on, did not want to have a legislative liaison, so we'll be removing that, and that is actually part of Colonel Stanger's responsibilities. So, Colonel, welcome.
What we've done is we've looked at the current legislative session that's going on right now. In that session, there are 46 bills and 2 constitutional amendments that could affect education one way or the other. What we did is we filtered out the 13 bills that are currently out there, and this is not an exhaustive list because members of the House
Members of the House and the Senate can introduce bills anytime they want to. So what these 13 would do if they pass would have an impact across the entire district. The other 36 would impact individuals such as teacher retirement, tax breaks to special ed teachers, that kind of stuff. So instead of going over all those, we held it at district-wide bills that, there again, if passed, would have some kind of impact on us. Now, what's not in there is actual appropriation. Appropriation bill for ADE will not come out to the end of the session. So these are authorization bills. There is no funding attached to these. Basically, the ones that would deal with money would essentially task ADE in their budget to carve out funds to pay for these bills that I'm about to talk about. The first one, House Bill 1017, is paid maternity leave. And I'm sorry, you have a list in front of you.
Yes.
When the board report comes out, we'll have the actual link built into the bill if you want to read it. Paid maternity leave essentially tells ADE that they will provide funds to school districts to cover paid maternity leave. There is no dollar amount attached to it. It just tells them you will do it. If it's passed, that will come out in reconciliation at the end of the year with Department of Ed's appropriation bill. Reading between the lines, the way I read it was it wouldn't cost the district any money if that was to be passed. We'll see what happens on that one. Mental health training for SROs is House Bill 1030. That would obligate us to coordinate with the North Little Rock Police Department and come up with a mental health training package as far as their training for them to work in our schools. It doesn't list what that is. The curriculum would have to be built. This would be a statewide initiative. We'd have to wait on that. But if this was to pass, every SRO in the state working with any school district would now have to attend additional training to meet their qualifications. House Bill 1025, Teacher Fair Dismissal Act. This one's a mouthful. This is a repeal of a repeal. So Teacher Fair Dismissal was part of the LEARNS Act. That was taken out. This is to try to reverse that repeal and set alone as a completely separate act, as a separate law that would be away from LEARNS. Another piece of that is House Bill 1024, repeal of and prohibition of collective bargaining. That's kind of self-explanatory. House Bill 1020, repeal of children education freedom accounts. There's another repeal from a piece of legislation that's built into the LEARNS Act, essentially vouchers. The next one, House Bill 56. This is unique in a couple ways. It's the only Senate bill out there. And that one is a free breakfast for every child regardless of income qualification. ADE would be tasked to provide funding to all school districts that every child in the school district, if they want it, can have a free breakfast, one breakfast per day of, that they come to school regardless of any kind of income qualification. This one has bipartisan support already. It hasn't gone through the Senate Education Committee yet, tracking that one, but that would change reimbursement and a whole host of other things as far as it goes with us with food nutrition. So we're tracking that one closely. The next one is House Bill 1062, Teacher and Student Protection Act. What that states is if a teacher has an altercation or a student has an altercation with another student in that class, and once the issue has been resolved, that student cannot be put back into the same class they came from. Bill 1060, instruction of the failure of communist and autocratic systems. That changes curriculum that would have to be added to school districts, teaching kids about the failure of communist and autocratic governmental systems. This one has already gone into committee and has been sent back for reconsideration, which means it will be amended. I believe the hang-up in the original committee was it didn't go to the curriculum side of the House. It went up through some accreditation side, and so they kicked it back, and it will be rewritten and then reintroduced into the House Education Committee. House Bill 1051, amend public school start dates. Current law dictates when the first day of school will be inside of a week in August. This one takes all that out. So now school districts would be able to set their own as long as they meet the statutory requirements of the number of school days that have to be taught. So that gives school districts more freedom when schools start and when it will end. House Bill 1166, clarifying the types of epinephrine that can be used in schools. It's not just epinephrine. When we talk about epinephrine, we talk about bee sting kits, that kind of stuff. Kids are allergic to things. Staff are allergic to things. It's essentially a rescue drug for somebody that goes to anaphylaxis. It also will cover inhalers, rescue inhalers for asthma and different things like that. It will dictate the type of drugs that can be used and administered in a school by the school nurse or the staff. House Bill 1031, Arkansas Healthy Education Act. That forces a curriculum change if passed, that school districts will have to introduce healthy lifestyles curriculum to all ages. Think healthy eating, exercise, the dangers of smoking, vaping, that kind of stuff. House Bill 1028, amend the law concerning libraries. This is a law that's out there already. This would amend it going back because it's written almost like a repeal of a repeal. So there's a law out there that basically made librarians in museums, public libraries, and school districts immune from any kind of prosecution for handing out or allowing material, written, audio, movies, you name it, that, and it didn't say what the authority was, that either the district or somebody found obscene or inappropriate. What this bill is trying to do is strip all the levels of prosecution that can happen. So the original bill said you're immune. That bill changed, I think, in the last legislative session. This one is trying to change it back to the way it was originally written. And the last one, House Bill 1139, Release Time Education Act. What that does is allows a student for 1 hour a day, no more than 5 hours a week, to leave campus to go to a church or someplace like that to receive a religious and moral education hour of study. It doesn't talk about transportation, doesn't talk about anything like that, but it would force a district, if a student wants to do this, to be able to leave campus for an hour, go receive this education, and then come back.
I have a question, if you don't mind. Is
Yes,
this the one that is also tied to counseling, the mental health counseling, or is this something separate?
This is something separate, ma'am.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Would this, the one that you just spoke of, the HB 1139, would that have any type of repercussions or anything with the church estate situation? Or cross-referencing with that?
That's a good question. Not being an attorney, there was nothing that, a lot of these bills, you'll read them, it talks about the reason why they did it, so you have the legislative intent. That was not in there. I don't think it would cross those lines because the school district itself is not teaching that curriculum. It's just by law, if a student and their family want that, at that point, we would be obligated to release them for 1 hour so they could go do that, and they'd have to be back at a certain time to catch the rest of their classes, basically.
And I would be kind of curious as to where does that put the liability if a child, say, if Cindy went to A&E Church and she has a wreck on her way back, where does that put the liability? Does that put that on the church, or does that put that on the school district? So that's kind of what I was kind of thinking along those lines of where does that leave, like, liability? Or, if, you know, just say, for example, maybe a child got hurt at a church.
Sure, I would think, and not diving into this deeply, that the responsibility would be on, we would not be liable for that because they would be off school campus.
Off campus.
Correct.
But
Once they
during
leave.
school time, though.
Correct, but they would be off school campus.
Yeah, if this law, if this turns into law, and like it's just a bill now, they wouldn't be on school time during that hour. We were simply told we have to release them, and then they go do this religious training, and they're on some other time. They're not on school time at that point.
I was just going to say that there are places that are doing this already. As long as they leave the campus, there's no problem at all. It's not done through the school at all. They leave the campus, come back. So there's places that just have something right off campus, and they walk over to that and then come right back.
Yes,
That
sir.
hour of training, how is that counted? Is it part of their grade or part of their vacation?
Sir, that's not listed in the bill at all. I'm sure that was something that would have to be worked out. Now, when these bills that do this, Department of Education would have to go through a rulemaking system. Usually the timeline for those is this law would pass unless it has an emergency clause attached to it to start immediately, which most of these for education don't. They want to start in the next school year. So it would become effective the 1st of July. And by that November, any department, cabinet level department out there that has a law that the legislature says you have to promulgate a rule so people understand what they're telling us. They have until November to have that in the rules committee, and it has to be voted by December to start the new calendar year.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
On the mental health training for the SROs, are they providing funding for this, or is this responsibility of the districts to present?
That's a good question, ma'am. All these is that it says, instead of may, it says shall. Shall means when the law passes, you'll do it. We have to go look at the funding in the appropriation bill for Department of Education. And there might be a line in there right now, there may not, but that will never, those don't get flushed out until the very end of a legislative session. So those are the big arguments that the legislature has amongst themselves. At the end of the session, they'll vote on those things, then we'll know. Sometimes they mess up and they don't get it right, and then they'll go into the fiscal session sometime in June or July to flush out those budgets. They may add money, they may take it away. It doesn't say who's going to pay it. It just says, do it. Now, I believe with our SROs, for us, we don't pay for them. They're essentially
That's correct. They're provided by the city, so we do not pay for their salaries, although we do in tandem training with our SROs, which are, remember, our SROs are provided by the North Little Rock Police Department. Our CSSOs are commissioned security officers that we pay for, but they're often in joint training together on youth mental health, first aid, those kinds of things that our folks are already engaged in.
regardless if you train anybody, it costs money. So either ADE provides it, and comes down and, they fund it. Number two, we take it out of Hyde, or North Little Rock PD does it. And I'm not sure it's a real good idea, to be honest, as the chief of staff looking at the budget and having to go to North Little Rock PD and ask them for something extra that they have to do for their SROs for the benefit that they give to us for free.
And I want to say that some of them may already be trained in mental health as far as,
mental
they
health,
have that
youth mental
particular-
health, first aid.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that some
What
of
we
the
do.
SROs that we have on staff are already.
And our CSSOs.
Yeah, are already trained in that particular component.
Yes, ma'am. And if this is, if they check the block for us and say we're good to go, then it could be zero impact.
Right.
What we don't know is what the training package would be. If it's
Right.
something new, if something that we don't have, well, that's another hoop we got to jump through, and those hoops cost money.
Ms.
I'd just like to say thank you for providing this information for us. I also realize that all of these 13 bills could go away tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can ask a lot of questions about them, but until, like you say, you get to the end of the legislative session, when everything starts falling in place, the voting happens, and then something about funding and all those things start going through. But it is great to have this, for us to be aware and be watching what's happening over there, because we definitely need to be doing that. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And I just wanted to add, as part of this, I think our goal is that you're armed with the information. So if you wanted to talk to your local legislator, this gives you that platform to ask those questions and to represent our area so they can advocate on our behalf or as you see fit of its impact on the North Little Rock School District.
Thank you for the information.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
We're down to Classified Personnel Policy Committee.
Good
evening.
Sherry. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to mention that up until this past month, we've been operating without a representative from the maintenance operational custodian departments, and that is one of the 5 required department representatives we're supposed to have by law. But unfortunately, we weren't able to find anybody to fill that position. But as of January, Mr. Marcellus Walters is now the representative for those classified staff. In our December minutes, the item 2 about the revisions to policy 8.0, I haven't brought those revisions to you tonight. We've already requested provision to 8.0 this year, and the policies that we talked about and passed in the committee, one of those could be modified depending on how the revision to our website ends up, and the other one isn't applicable until next year when we have our elections for members. So I felt that there wasn't a need to bring those to you tonight until that one about the minutes, the processing of our minutes has been finalized because of our website development, plus the one about the elections, which won't come into factor till next October. Item 3, I spoke briefly about the calendar survey results last week and gave you some information on the breakdown of that. And then Mr. Smith, I believe, brought you that proposed calendar that the LPPC and the CPPC had viewed and been voted on by the staff. I believe he brought that to you last month. Item 4, the district financial savings survey. That was sent to us that week of our meeting. It was a last-minute send. It had been developed by the LPPC. It was sent to us because it was recommended since many of the categories in that survey were related to many of the departments of classified staff. When we received it, we looked it over and wanted to have discussions with LPPC over its format and questioning, but we were told that it was a requirement, had been made a requirement that it be done right away so that the results could be returned before we had our winter break. So we were unable to have the time to consult with LPPC on that survey. I have not seen the results. I believe last month Ms. Stumpenhouse said that you had been given some of the results. I'm not clear on what the status of that is. The CPPC has not seen any of the exact results. The LPPC, after their meeting, did send out a memo to their staff. Well, they didn't send out a memo. The high school representative sends out little messages, breakdowns after their meetings, and in that message that she sent out, it included some categories that had been designated as major focus areas from the survey, but that's all the information I have on that. There was a discussion, final discussion on a district non-retaliatory policy. There were still some questions on having a specifically worded non-retaliatory policy versus it being included in law and sexual harassment, those portions of the policies, and the law discriminatory basis, Americans with disability related to that. And that was just a general, nothing has occurred that I know of. It was just a continuation of a discussion that some members were concerned about. And we just rehashed that, and I think finally came to a conclusion on that discussion. Item 6, that was a discussion on the fact that there was, we had to revise the salary schedule to add for the chief of staff, and we changed the CFO-CIO range to chief, so it included the chief of staff as well. And there were questions about why this committee the committee wasn't required to look at a salary change when the communications department was reorganized. And it was explained that Mr. Smith in Human Resources, as the Director of Human Resources, has the ability to decide where positions will be placed. And because there was already a salary range that was listed as website, tech, and administration, that those two new communications positions fell under that salary schedule. And so that's why the CPPC didn't have to approve any kind of change in the salary schedules. Then the discussions of setting goals, again, was postponed due to the time of the meeting. And so we adjourned. Are there any questions about that?
Mr. Taylor, do you have any questions? Ms. Williams?
Oh,
yes, ma'am.
I saw in one of your reports, I don't know what day it was, but I was very glad to see it. I saw your 27 sheets that was printed out about the 22-23 salary schedule. And in that, I did see a notation where Mr. Smith said by the break he would have an opportunity to start working on a salary schedule, and it was highlighted in yellow. That is something that you all have requested. All I'm saying is, when is this supposed to happen? We did not have one for 23-24, and you all are now asking for 24-25. I know we have not had a budget to go through like those 20s, like the custodians, the maintenance people. We'll have to go through all of that. But I'm trying to understand, what did Mr. Smith mean by when the break comes, he will start working on the schedule, or what?
I'm sorry, ma'am, that was part of the licensed personnel policy committee. That the certified policy committee didn't have anything to do. That was on the LPPC side, where they were asking about adding steps back to the licensed salary schedules. Yes. So that was more on the LPPC side. The CPPC had made no requests or had any discussions with Mr. Smith about that.
Okay, Mr. Smith, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, that's, Ms. Cherry conveyed that very accurately. So I believe it was the taste of the board, Dr. Paluski, and the license committee that we go back to that grid format that our staff is used to. The classified salary schedule still exists that way. But if the board will recall, whenever we went to the learned salary schedule, we had to adjust ours. And so it references a 22 salary schedule, right, that we apply the different variations associated with learns that were inputted. But we are going to go back to the old format, so it is a familiar site for our staff.
And they'll know what they're looking at. The only reason I'm requesting it because administrators, not teachers, know the line that they're on, and this is why I have requested it, and it's a marvelous idea. But I also know before you can do that, in that the salaries have changed for custodian. Remember, that was a long process about how everybody wanted some money and all of that, and that's why I see those 27 pages that was printed out for us. So whenever we have this budget, Dr. Paluski, that's when we have our budget review, then you will have a better idea as far as the guidelines and how this, the 24, 20, what is it, 24,
25, 26.
25, would look, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all and I think that's very good that you're doing it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when it's done,
Yes, ma'am.
I will be happy.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McLean, any questions?
No questions. Thank
Miss-
you, Miss Cherry.
You're welcome.
Ms. West, any questions? Thank you for your report.
You guys have a good night.
You too.
Thank you, Ms. Cherry.
Good night to you.
Licensed Personnel Policy Committee report. All righty. We will move right on along. Information items. The first one is North Florida School District 2024-25 certifications.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, I'd like to welcome Ms. Jada Jones-Toney, who is our Career Academy coach, and Ms. Shonda Macon is our School Innovation Coordinator. And they're going to, this is every year, every month, we're required to provide data. So what we want to share with you is a high-level overview of our industry certifications that we've grown over the last couple of years. So they also know that at the board's request, they're going to hit some highlights, and you'd rather ask more questions than go through the slide decks in which, and if you have a specific question about a specific slide, they're more than happy to be able to answer that. So, ladies, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Paluski.
Might want to pull the mic.
I'm
There you
sorry.
go.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share about CTE industry certifications. The first thing, we're going to tag team, so I'm going to talk about the why and why we have the industry certifications. They are a critical component and for preparing students for life after high school. Not only that, they are also a key component in our ESSER scores because it is attached to our students being ready for post-secondary as well as the workforce. So what are they? They're state-approved credentials. These credentials are embedded in the CTE courses, so the students don't have to do anything outside of what they would normally do in their classroom in order to get these certifications. And the funding comes mostly from Perkins 5. So that is fundings for, for fifth grade through 12th grade for Perkins 5. The next slide talks about the purpose, and basically the purpose of industry certifications, they're like a stepping stone. They're like a stepping stone to higher education and into the workforce. And they can increase retention and graduation rates. And the reason why we say that is because we make the classes very engaging for the students, which means that they like to come to school and they want to learn. So that is important. The next slide, and I'm hitting these very quickly because I was asked to do so. The next slide talks about the LEARNS Act, and of course what we're focused on with the LEARNS Act is career readiness. So the R part of the LEARNS Act, and that's early career exposure, that's student success plans, and pathways to diplomas. And what you see before you now, the success-ready pathways that have been identified by ADE to be those pathways, and basically completion of these pathways can lead to eligibility for students to graduate with a diploma with merit or a diploma with distinction. Before I turn it over to Ms. Toney, I would like to take this time basically to note that North Little Rock School District is doing an exceptional job with exposing our students to career opportunities. And when you couple that with our E4 model and the career academies that we have, we're on the right track, and that's a wonderful thing. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Toney so she could talk about the H2 pathways that we actually offer at the high school and COE.
So the previous slide just mentions all of the H2 pathways that the State Department considers to be high wage, high demand. This next slide just shows all of the pathways at the high school or the COE campus that constitutes as an H2 pathway. So we have a number of those pathways, so that's something for us to be able to celebrate, that we actually offer those at the state being really important to our state economy. The next slide, and it has a link to it, these were the industry certifications that was reported to the state for the 2023-24 school term. So there was industry certifications that was reported. We do have some data that is missing from that document. ServSafe is not listed, ACT Work Keys, and then our CNA certifications actually appears on a different year. It was reported to the state, but for some reason, Insights has it reporting under a different year. We've already called the State Department to see about getting that switched over, so hopefully we get some word as to how those will be added to the current year soon. We have a list of our certification goals for this school year, 2024-25 school year. Just as a note, most of our certifications take place during the spring semester, so that's why in the data we have the projections. We did have at least one class to start certification, and I'll go over that once we get to that particular pathway. The goals were designed from our CTE teachers, so as a collective we meet monthly, and these were the goals that as a department we decided was important to the program. We do hope to increase our certifications yearly by 10%. That's not a hard goal to reach. For the high school, we're adding a pathway each year. So level 2 and level 3 courses would naturally have a new certification that they would offer to those students. And we just have the projected certifications by pathway. So on these slides, they're divided by academy. So at the high school, you have the Baldwin and Shell Academy, the banking pathway, hospitality, and construction pathway. It has the certifications that have been purchased for teachers to be able to certify students and the projected number of students that will certify in those areas. We just note that under construction, we had 75 students complete their OSHA certification, and that's the safety certification. They cannot start building until they have met their safety requirements, so that one was actually done in the fall. And then our Academy of Health and Human Services, criminal justice pathway, the family consumer science pathway, nursing pathway for the high school. These are the certifications offered and the projected number of students that will certify. The teachers identify students that they feel are strongly ready to certify in various areas, so those numbers came from each teacher that teaches those courses. And then that academy continues, so child growth and development and the pre-educator group. Pre-educators will have a praxis paraprofessional certification when the level 3 class is added. And then our Academy of Digital Visual Arts for the high school, commercial photography, advertising, and design. I want to note that those numbers are a little bit smaller because those are harder certifications. So most of our advanced students would get that professional certification for visual design, Adobe, and Illustrator. And on our COE campus, these are the certifications for the Baptist Health Academy. So CNA, Pharmacy Tech, CERT, which is the certification for the emergency response team, BASE for biomedical, then CPR and the FEMA certification for criminal justice on the COE campus. And then in the Academy of Engineering and Technology, those are the certifications for engineering and advanced manufacturing.
We'd like to note also, and I know this mic isn't working, but we'd like to note also that ADE is in the process of changing, merging, and different things with the pathway. So that information will be released February 1st, so stay tuned. Some of that might affect our pathway courses for the school, not for the next school year, 26-27 school year. And our projected, total of certifications by the end of the year, we're looking at high school with 520 certifications and COE with 163 certifications. So if you have any more questions, we included the link for you so you can dive a little deeper into the information. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Ms. West, any questions? Ms. Temple? Ms. Wonkum?
I do. So the criminal justice program of study, what are we using that for? Is that going to be a deeper dive into civics so people know, our students know their rights? What does that entail?
The level 1 class is a foundations class for criminal justice. The second level is crime scene investigator. Most of them deal with law enforcement. However, the level 3 class, students actually have an option to either continue on the law enforcement side or to go into criminal law. And we do have a former lawyer who teaches the high school course for criminal law, or at least she's slated to teach that course.
Okay, very good. Also, what is the difference between the EverFi financial literacy and financial literacy? It's listed here separately under the, where am I at? Baldwin and Shell Construction Academy.
So there's probably two. So EverFi, and I'm not sure, oh, I'm sorry. So the EverFi is for those students that are taking survey of business into accounting. We do have a class of students who take survey of business that flow into the hospitality as their level 2. So ICEV is the software that they use to certify the students, and they provide a financial literacy certification for those students that are in the hospitality pathway. And it may look a little bit different from the ones that the students who are taking banking, going into accounting would certify in, but both financial literacy platform certifications.
And EverFi, actually, 9th graders can certify in EverFi as well.
All right, thank you.
Ms. McLean?
I think that this is the most awesome thing that we are doing in this district. It's right up there at the top. If I could get up into the tower, I've never been in the tower at Old Main.
We'll get you there.
And if there's a window that opens up there, I'd like to get up there and just shout out to the community, bring your kids to North Little Rock, because these things are just so important that we are providing these for our students, that when they graduate, they're going to have something in hand that it's going to help with their employment anything they do.
If I could just add, today we took a group of students to Baptist to do their job shadowing with different medical professionals. And it's just really good to see these students go out and work a day as a medical professional. So these industry tours and their certifications in hand, they just feel more equipped. So we had, like last year, 18 students that were certified CNAs when they left high school. And they got their stethoscopes at the courting ceremony. And that was a really big deal for them. Our construction kids are going on a job site in about 2 weeks. And they already have their OSHA certification so that they can handle the equipment on the job site. So it is a really big deal for them.
I have a granddaughter in criminal justice. She loves it. And she was telling me that they're doing the O.J. Simpson case now. And, I mean, she's just all into it. So I'm very excited about our program. Thank you.
Ms.
I'm
Williams?
excited because there's something going on that they're really enjoying. I guess one question I want to ask you, but maybe you can answer. How you put it out there, how do you all get the students to get involved? What is your part as for the innovative piece that would get them to say, hey, this program is here? What happens? How do you all do that as far as where you all are?
So for me, I guess it starts with the Freshman Academy. Our freshman seminar teachers do a great job with teaching the kids about the pathway offerings that they can go into once they become sophomores, juniors, and seniors. So they do an excellent job just kind of surveying all of the pathways that are offered on the campus so that students can make an informed decision. And then beyond that, we just stick with the students. So like their 9th grade year, they'll go on different industry tours. Their junior year, they're going on job shadowing. And then for those level 3 courses, we're looking to get those kids in internships where they can get some on-the-job training in various professions. And not all of our kids may want to go into a particular industry. It's really just about exposing them to different things that they may have not already or have thought to do. So I think that is a big motivation factor for them, and that whole idea of being off campus and like working in a facility but still learning that particular skill or trade is a really big deal for them.
And give me that little piece again so I can get it real clear. Who offers it and show it to them? Who does that?
The freshman seminar.
The freshman seminar. Very good.
Yes,
very good.
And that's
So
looping it back to
everybody
the
get it.
E4 model.
and so they have a choice. That's very good.
Yeah, it's all coming together now.
All right, I'm happy.
You have any questions, Mr. Taylor? I just want to say awesome. I just want I'm like Miss McLean, if we can find a way to shout out, to let everybody know that we're doing great things in North Little Rock.
Marketing. They're recognizing that because we had a team from Louisville, Kentucky come twice to visit what we're doing at the high school with the academies, and we are also doing some training with Pulaski County. So North Little Rock is at the top of the list right now.
Awesome.
And we've got some big things coming down the wire.
Thank you.
I just want to add, not only one do I want to recognize you both, but Dr. St. Louis and the COE and all of our campuses. Since I've been here since November 1st of 2020, this is the most industry certifications that this school district has ever offered. And when the school board reads the vision and mission, we're living future ready. And I want to give a shout out where Mr. Barnes is. He has been working with Ms. Tony, and they've mapped out our marketing plan with all the pathways and the constellation concept that you have. And what they're embedding is showing kids, if you take these courses, it leads to these certifications. So kudos to you and everyone at the high school level that's been involved in. I mean, look at those certification numbers. That is the most that we've ever offered, and I couldn't be more proud of all the work that's happening at the secondary level.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Budget overview.
So, Madam President, members of our Board of Education, I will welcome our CFO, Mr. Brian Brown. Remember that when we had the snow day, we were going to have a deep dive in a budget workshop and go a lot deeper. But what I've spoken with Dr. Redis and Mr. Brown, who's been out for a couple days and just getting back on his feet, and Mr. Taylor being new, we just wanted to just do a high-level overview of a reminder of just where we are, the things that we've been doing since you approved this budget in September. And then what we plan to do is at our next workshop is just dedicate to the budget and getting into some details, some recommendations that I will be making as we look at that $5.1 million. So Mr. Brown is going to give you a high-level overview. Many of you have heard this before, but we just wanted to kind of do a refresher so it's fresh when we come back in a couple weeks to take a deeper dive. Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Pawlowski. Members of the board, we're just, as Dr. Pawlowski said, this will be a quick review, reminder of where we are. As you know, we've talked about losing student enrollment and needing to reduce expenditures. This is just a reminder of where we are, how we've got there, and going forward. So the very first slide on page 2 of your handout is just our historical ADM graph here, and this goes back to 2007, but you'll see the trend there in our ADM, and ADM stands for average daily membership. So that's the enrollment, the number of students enrolled in our district. And as you recall, that's an average because what they do is look at your enrollment on each day from quarter 1 all the way through quarter 3, and it's averaged together. So it's an average daily enrollment between quarters 1 and 3. You'll see in 23, I just want to point out that in 23, it was 7,583 students, and in 24, it was 7,250 students. And I believe that's a loss of 333 students in that one fiscal year. And then that number, the 24, sets our budget going forward for 25 and thereafter. So the next page is just our state aid notice. I've got some items there that are outlined, that are noted, that are important. But as you'll notice, the top section of that is data. The bottom section of that is funding. So the data in the top section is what drives the funding in the second section. Again, if you'll look at line 10 in that top section, that is the 3-quarter. You'll see quarters 1 through 3 average. That's what drives the funding in the bottom part on line 28 where it says state foundation funding, you'll also see in parentheses $7,771. That's the amount of state aid that we receive per student. Also, I have just a historical trend graph here for you on our state aid that we receive. So the state foundation funding that we receive, you'll notice that through 2020, the trend of that data is, if you were to imagine a straight line through there, it's up and to the right. So it's a trending up in funding. So what that tells me is that the rate of loss of students compared to the rate of increase we get with per pupil in the state foundation funding, the rate of increase we got offset the rate of loss. But if you'll notice from 2019 or 2020 through 2025, the trend now is a downward trend in our state foundation funding. What that tells me is that the rate of student loss outpaces the increase that we're getting in the state foundation funding. So we're losing, in the last few years, we've lost students at a greater rate that affects negatively that state foundation funding. The next page, one of the items that affects our budget, a big item that affects our budget, is our bonded debt payment. So this is our bond payment. If you'll recall, in 2020 and 2021, we refinanced. So Mr. Beardsley came, he walked y'all through a refinancing of the bonds. We essentially got a lower interest rate during COVID, and then we placed all of the savings from that refinance into the first 5 years of our refinance. So we were able to bank, and you'll notice there 2023, 24, and this year 25, we've been banking funds for the construction plans that we have in the near future for a middle school, for renovation of Old Main, and for the indoor athletic student activity and athletic complex. So this is our final year in receiving those savings that we received from refinancing. And what does that mean? So less money to transfer to the building fund, more money to pay to the banks on our mortgage and interest payments on our bonded debt. So the next slide shows the bonded debt service payment history. And you'll notice in you'll see in 2022, 3, and 4, and 5. So 2022, 23, 24, and 25. Those are the years where our bond payment was low because we were paying interest only. We were not making payments on the principal. We were taking all that savings, putting it in the building fund to save for construction projects. You'll see in 2026 what happens. It ticks up from $5.32 million to $9.26 million. So starting next fiscal year, we're, instead of saving that money in the building fund, we're going to be paying that to the bank on our mortgage and interest payments. And then in 2027, it steps up to 11.8. And then this graph doesn't go out, but around 2032, it actually ticks back up to 12.8 million, where we were originally in our bonded debt payment. So my point in this was just to show you we do have some additional expenses that will be hitting the books next fiscal year. We're going to be paying $9.2 million, and then we'll be bumping up to 2027 to $11.8 million until 2031, and then 2032 it steps up again to 12.8. But my point is you all have been saving money for the building project. That's still there. It's still safe. We know that we have an increased payment. Instead of that savings going into building, the savings goes to make the payment. That's the way it was structured in the beginning. But I also wanted you just to note that those expenditures were going up. On the next page.
Mr. Brown, real quick, before
yes,
you leave
ma'am.
that page 6, you said for 2032 it was a 12.8.
It's
That is
going, it'll
okay.
step up to 12.8 million.
Okay, I was just making sure I wrote that down right.
My graph doesn't go out that far,
Right.
but in 2032, there's about a $1 million step. So actually, in 2025, so if I'll go back one slide, in 25, fiscal year 25, we're still slated to do 7.5 million in transfer to the building fund for savings that we did in the refinance. Then in 26, you'll see it drops to 3.6 because we're going to be paying more on our bonded debt
Gotcha,
payment.
okay.
Then in 27, you'll see it drops down to $1 million. So we still have $1 million in savings on the refinance from 27 all the way through 31. And then you'll see fiscal year 32, there's that $1 million savings goes away. So we step back up to our original debt payment of 12.8 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The next slide on page 7 of your packet is just a review of our ESA funding. And that ESA funding, if you recall, we talked about our poverty rating, our poverty percentage changed. We were above 70%, and I'm just going to jump back a couple of slides to I think it's page 3. Yes. So on page 3, you'll notice line 33 says ESA funding. And in parentheses, you'll see $538 slash $1,076 slash $1,613. The $538 represents schools that are less than 70% free and reduced lunch district-wide. The $1,076 represents districts that are between 70% but less than 90% free and reduced lunch. Then on the $1,613, that's the funding per student that you receive if your school district has 90% or more free and reduced lunch district-wide. Since I've been in finance, the district has been in that middle range, 70%. So we've always been above 70%. We've received $1,076 per qualified student for ESA funding. Since our free and reduced lunch rate dropped below 70% to 64%, we're now dropping to the $538, and you'll see that cuts our funding in half. So if we go back to page 7, you'll see that in fiscal year 25, following all the way across to the right, there is an amount there of $5,825,000. That's the amount of ESA funding we receive this year in fiscal year 25. But that will be cut in half going forward because we're below 70% unless we can find a way to rectify that. That's what we're working on between now and spring break, as we're getting direction from ADE and Child Nutrition Unit on how that materializes to the district in the form of revenue.
And quick question, is that
Yes.
where we have to get those applications out and
That's
get those
correct.
filled out? And
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So if we don't if we're not able to recertify under our current program at 70% or higher for CEP, then we'll have to look at a provision 2 offering where we'll have to do the forms. However, the district, the state, and I said that we're losing half of our funding, which half of 5.8 million is roughly $3 million, a little bit less than that. But they're going to take it in a series of, they're going to take it over a period of 3 years. So they're going to reduce us by a third for a period of 3 years. So that results in $1 million step down for fiscal year 26. That's one of the items for which we're having to compensate for, in addition to the loss of students and the state foundation funding. And then if we're not able to rectify that and we're still below 70% in fiscal year 27, there'll be an additional $1 million reduction. And then in fiscal year 28, there would be an additional $1 million. So starting at 5.8, reduction of about $3 million, it's a little less than that. We would get down to our stable ESA funding at that point for less than 70% free and reduced lunch. So the last page, page 8, is just a summary of what we've talked about. We have a $2.7 million loss of revenue from the state foundation funding due to enrollment decrease. We have a $1 million ESA fiscal year 26 loss of funding we'll have to compensate for. And then we also, which you all are aware of, we have $1.4 million in salary due to a reorg that was presented last year that was tabled. We had to move those since ESSER was going away. We moved them from ESSER to operating. That's $1.4 million. So the sum of the numbers in that column is the $5.1 million in operational funding loss that will be impacting us for fiscal year 26. And to that end, the administration has been working on, we've been evaluating the budget. We've been looking for options to bring to you for consideration on reducing that budget. Some items are within the superintendent's purview. Some items will require board action in there. We've worked on trying to categorize those into a category 1, a low impact, category 2, a medium impact, category 3, a high impact. So that's what we'll be bringing to you at the budget workshop that we do in the next couple of weeks. Will be information for you to consider on how we can balance the budget going forward. And so I hope that wasn't too quick, but that's that's information that you all are aware of, but it is just a summary of where we are and where we're going and how we need to get there.
Mr. Taylor, you have any questions? Ms. Williams?
What was that total number we need to be looking at?
Minimum of 5.1.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
And we'll have some discussions at our board, at our budget workshop.
Right.
I mean, 5.1 is minimum, but, you know, we've also like to talk about the financial health of the district. There are things that we would like to do on a regular basis. We'd like to have additional funding to invest annually in salary schedules for staff. You'd also like to have, I was talking with Coach Balan about he was telling me the football turf is nearing the end of its life. We need to look at replacing that. That's a high dollar ticket to do that.
Oh, but
So
I thought he said in his report, though, it was still under warranty.
It is still under warranty,
Okay,
but
then.
it's nearing the end of its life, so we need to look at a replacement for that turf.
I know, I thought if it's up to warranty, we're gonna have to pay for it, my understanding.
No,
Not normal wear and tear.
it's just, no, that doesn't cover the replacement of the turf.
We appreciate you for thinking about that, though.
I wish it did.
I see what you're doing.
You negotiate.
We
We'll
don't-
put you in the
I read
negotiating,
it,
Ms. Williams.
but I'm
That's right.
saying,
I understand where you're coming from there, but it does not cover replacement costs. It's if there's defects or tears or rips or something along that line where you have to repair it, it's still under warranty for the repair.
Oh.
But just
Not
like when our
replacement.
car warranty, if we
Okay.
get a new car and it's still under warranty, we still got to pay for it. So,
Well, okay, warranty
but
got me,
he and I were discussing that, and I told him we need to develop a line item budget and annually put money back, working towards that 10-year replacement. If we also add facilities, there'll be an indoor turf we need to plan for. There's an outdoor track that we have to look at resurfacing. There's an indoor track. If that's approved, we'd have to look at resurfacing. So there's a lot of things when we talk about financial health. 5.1 is a minimum. We may bring some things to you in addition to the 5.1, but we'll explain all of that in the budget process when we're talking about that and how we're looking at that. But again, good question. That's
okay, thank you.
yes.
Ms. McLean?
Thank you, and I look forward to our workshop and see how all the information y'all are going to be presenting.
Right.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
That workshop you're gonna do for the administrators and everything, what date is that? You got it in your weekly report? 'Cause I want to come in and sit and listen.
Oh, Tier 2 training.
Huh?
It's a Tier 2 training. That's an
Finance.
annual financial training that's required
Right.
for administrators. We've actually recorded that. We'll be pushing that out with a link for administrators to click and watch it at home. I can actually send you the link and you can watch it at home.
Right.
Or you,
put it in
you
the-
can ask me questions, however, but
Okay,
it's an
the reason
online
I
training for
asked
administrators.
that when we went to our December training meeting, they said a lot of things had changed, and that's why I asked to be in it.
Mhm.
Because, to get some ideas of what is going on.
I'll be sure to send you the link, and you're welcome to watch the video and participate with it if you'd
So
like to.
I won't confuse warranty with
Right.
Normal wear and tear.
Mr. Brown, would that be possible to put that in your weekly board report in case any other board member wanted to
Yes.
watch it as
Yes.
well?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Warncombe?
Did we set a date for the budget?
It'll be the next of February. I think it's the 4th.
Okay, so we're just gonna.
Yeah, that'll be the only thing on the agenda.
Okay, very good.
So we can dedicate the time necessary.
Well, you know I have a question.
Sure.
All right. Well, I was listening to you, and the answer may be that this was already pre-planned because we did know about our debt service. But when I'm listening to you, it looks like we need to add $4 more million to cover the debt service outside of where we are. So has that already been budgeted? Is that why we're not discussing that? That's already in the budget?
Yes, so where that will come, instead of the funds are there. So right now, what we're doing at the end of the year, instead of paying that debt service, we're transferring it to the building fund. Next year, instead of transferring to the building fund, we'll pay the debt service.
Okay, all right.
So it'll be less savings, going
But we
forward.
have the money.
At the end of the year, we do have the money for the debt service. It's not an item of concern. We'll just be, instead of transferring it at the end of the year as savings, we'll be doing a transfer to pay that bonded debt. So you'll see a smaller amount of money transferred to savings in '26 because we've begun paying that debt payment again. Yes, ma'am. Good question.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Way?
I've asked mine.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I just want to say one thing. When Mr. Brown's talking about financial health and where we want to get back to, giving our employee raises, I also want to recognize the LPPC. We have not forgotten about these stipends. So I want to make sure that's clear that is on our mind as well. That was a phase-in process, so that's also at the forefront. So for Ms. Stumpenhouse, who's not here, but I want to let everybody know we haven't forgot about that.
Yes.
But we've got to take care of some major things first, and if we can, get to that a different number, there's some things that we want to be able to do.
Well, she had shared a document with me, since our last meeting, we've done some work in that document on doing some calculation on the cost of those stipends. So we've begun our work on that as well.
Can I
Awesome.
Can I ask
Go
one
ahead.
more question
Yes.
before you leave? It's not about this, but it's on the consent agenda. There were bids on several of those items. That's not normally on its, with 3 different, how are you picking which vendor you're going to use for those items?
It's always the lowest cost vendor, unless there's an asterisk with a reason why we're not going with the lowest cost.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
We're down at.
Time out, Mr. Brown, real quick. When you say the lowest cost, we're not just going with lowest cost just because it's lowest cost. We're making sure that we have done our due diligence, like it's the best particular vendor for that particular price.
That's correct.
Okay, I was just
Yes,
making sure, because we
always-
have to go back and fix a whole lot of stuff that, wasn't done in the first place correctly. So I was
Right.
just making sure on that.
Yes, we always make sure that when we receive bids that it is equal value. It's the items that we requested. So unless there's a reason not to go with the low vendor, we normally go with the low vendor. If there's a reason not to, we'll have an asterisk there and a reason why we're not.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good job. Any parents here?
We're down to action items. The first one is 16.1, proposed modification to board policy 1.02, board organization and vacancies.
Madam President, I so move that we accept the modification of the board policy 1.02 regarding
Second.
the organization and vacancies. I apologize.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the proposed modification to board policy 1.02, board organization and vacancies. Are there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is carried through. We're down to 16.2, proposed modification to Board Policy 1.20, duties of the legislative liaison.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept 16.2 proposed modification to the board policy 1.20 and duties of the legislative liaison.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the proposed modification to Board Policy 1.20, duties of the legislative liaison. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is approved. 16.3, 2024 Annual Board Member Training Hours.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the member training hours.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the 2024 Annual Board Member Training Hours. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is approved. 16.4, inclement weather calendar waiver request for use of banked time.
I do have a question on this one before I make the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
So just for clarification, the banked time that we have as of now, January 23rd, we are using it to the end of the school year, correct?
So if the board will recall, whenever we did this last year, it was kind of a statewide sweeping process because of how much inclement weather we received. So if it is approved in the same manner by the State Board of Education, then we would be able to go back to the very first of the year and use any bank time above 6 hours. So normally we use that week by week in an early release week, but we only use early release weeks on full academic weeks. So if we had a week that was 3 days, 4 days, there was a holiday sprinkled in there, something to that effect, students didn't attend, then we did bank that time. So on a 3-day week where students attended, that's 60 minutes of bank time we would then reach back and have access to. And so that is why in this presentation, number one, we're not done with winter weather. Hasn't been approved. But we would be able to reach back to that. But then if approved by the state board, I would come back with a plan for the board to us determine what early release days we would have to go beyond our already banked time in order to accommodate those inclement weather days.
Thank you for that clarification. Parents are inquiring
Sure.
when that cutoff is going to happen in the event of more weather, more
Sure.
winter weather happening. So in the event of more winter weather, when do we decide that the early release goes away and we have to start going those full days again? So that's
Sure.
been the topic of discussion lately.
Of course. So this just allows us, the board, to allow us to go to the state board to get the waiver. Once we get the waiver, then we'll start banking the time. We'll figure out if we've got to use more days. Then we will come back and say, we're going to shave these X amount. Like we did last year, we had to kind of wipe out the second half of early release, but we got out on time. So we'll come back with all that. This request is just to allowing us to go to the state to even ask to bank time.
Correct. And I believe last time Dr. Paluski was kind of advised because all superintendents were on a forum having questions. The direction from the department at that time was to immediately start with using the early release time in order to make up our inclement weather days. That's not the guidance I received this time. And so I don't know what has changed, if it's because it wasn't so wide sweeping and there wasn't so many days, but not getting the cart before the horse, we want to make sure we have the waiver in place before we start making any changes.
Very good.
Mr. Taylor, did you have a question?
Question is, so Mr. Taylor, since he's no board member, he was trying to get a clarity on why that early release, that was the question.
So are you speaking of just what is the
purpose?
use and purpose of early release in general? So that is a time for our educators, for our staff members, anybody that has interaction with children to further plan time to get together as departments, as a building, in order to assess data. We just had scores come out, and so us meeting the needs of our students, it's basically a planning and prep or an extended training time. It's useful time for our staff to get together and address what needs our students might have.
Any other questions?
Is the motion?
I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I so move that we accept the North Little Rock School District Calendar 24-25 use of early release times.
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry. It has been properly moved and second that we accept the inclement weather calendar waiver request for the use of bank time. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed. 16.5, North Little Rock School District Middle School course request for 2025-26.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept the North Little Rock Middle School course request for 25-26.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the North Little Rock School District Middle School course request for 2025 through 2026. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It has passed. 16.6, North Little Rock High School and Center of Excellence course request for 2025 through 2026.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept North Little Rock High School and Center of Excellence course requests for 2025 and 2026.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the North Little Rock High School and Center of Excellence course request for 2025 through 2026. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the regular meeting minutes for November 21st, 2024, December 5th, 2024, and December 16th, 2024.
Second.
The 19th. What did I say, the wrong date?
16.
I apologize. December 19th.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the regular meeting November 21st, the special meeting December 5th, and the regular meeting minutes for December 19th. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It has passed. Consent agenda.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept 17.1 bank reconciliation, 17.2 net legal balance, 17.3 monthly financial report, 17.4 business office items, and 17.5 payment of regular bills.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the consent agenda as listed. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed. Any acknowledgements? All right.
Again, I just want to say thank you to the North Little Rock School District for our recognition for School Board Appreciation Month. And, oh, okay. We
All
still
right.
getting gifts. Hello. Oh, anyway, while Dustin is doing that, just want to say, where did I leave off? Oh, I thank you for our gifts, and thank you to all of the departments, the teachers, the principals, the students. Hello. And we want to say thank you all so much for your support and give us the chance to do what we do. I absolutely love it. I have a blast with our students, and
Okay.
puppy breaks 10 speed, and then just doing for them and having a good time with it. I appreciate it.
Okay, Cindy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll keep going. Yep.
That is-
19.1.
Thank you.
I say
Go.
ditto. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Ditto is being worn out.
Thank you very much for all the principals for what you did for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A big heartfelt thank you. We are down to executive closed session. Executive closed session per North Little Rock School District Policy 1.14A, stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for vote of the membership. Finally, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106, 2C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in executive closed session for discussing the following matters: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee. We're back in session. Is there a motion for employment of personnel?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept the employment of personnel.
Second.
It has been properly moved that we accept the employment of personnel. There can be no discussion because it's employee of personnel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is carried.
Madam President?
Yes,
I so
ma'am.
move that we adjourn.